Max volume, your personal entertainer. At least it's not max headroom. That's not Dragon View. Normally hit it there. I'm just gonna let this go for a little bit. Not even gonna count the number of flashes from that triangle. I am gonna get Hex Chat opened up. And press it. Oh, I killed it. Actually, hold on. I was thinking about this last time. I want to check and see if this has like a video option customization screen. Yeah, the name of this song is Sixes and Sevens. Sixes and Sevens is the name of a song by a band called Annihilator, and it's a really good song. Let's see if there's like video options in like the actual chapter menu. Options. Nope. Just like looking for one of those screens that has like the color bars and the black and white gradient. Let's use my save states. Flim Flam. Right, no, that's the most recent one. Flim Flam Station. Breeding a ferocious monster. Oh my god. Remember how fucking floaty this game is. No, I died. I do not trust that. F. I am Dragon Man. No, dude. Alright, so there's the key. I know I need the key. Really surprised I did not get hit there, and I'm... Damn it. Alright. It's like that Battletoads level, but backwards. I just need to make sure I get enough of these for an extra life, and I did. Is that the guy? Looks like that could be the guy. Oh, he can shoot in multiple directions. Alright, but we got him. No, dude, damn it. Oh God, this is water. Oh, big man. I can punch and then jump. That's good. Hey, threw a punch. Still holding my breath. Man, I fell for trap. All right, we got the extra life. I made sure to grab the key. Birdman. Excuse me. Come on, dude. Hell yes. M makes me crab. Does L do? Makes me bird. I will take bird. Is this a boss rush? No. Apparently aiming for that tiny little thing on the underside. That's what my bird bullets keep aiming for. And now all my bird bullets are missing. No, my bird bullets. No, dude, damn it. Accursed enemy projectiles that move in a regular pattern? What the fuck? Oh, heckin' wave beam. Dude, my bird bullet. My bird bullets. Fuck. Jump button, you betrayed me. All right. Let me get out my hat. Hat. Samus Ascent. Do I have save data for these ROMs? I do. Okay, and it didn't start up the cutscene for some magical question marks reason. So I am going to go take a quick break, refresh my beverage. I will be back in just a little bit. It is I, just Samus's leg. And of course, Morph Ball is just like one of the little panels. I think this is my first time using the leg. Interesting. I already like it a million times better than the invisible Samus. Oh my god. This is already messing with my head. It does look kind of cool, having Samus just like fucking moonwalking everywhere. But it is messing with my head just as much as I thought it would. Moonwalk, the appetizer. Oh, there it is. I don't have save data for this one though, so the cutscene might break. Oh my god. The cutscene's not actually broken. Huzzah. I can make save data for these. Please wait saving. She's so small. But it just makes her seem even faster. Morph ball's just gonna be like 4 pixels. Hmm. I haven't seen Firebat open up the race channel yet. And didn't get a message from him on Discord. Because he usually just drops information like that in my main channel, not my DMs. And as soon as I say it, he opens the race channel. Is he in here? right. And while I'm messing around, let's get some requests put in on Rainwave. I forget if I've done a race with Mini Samus before, or if I just did like a randomizer run. Hold on. I'm pretty sure the explosions from my shots hitting the wall are actually bigger than me. I can't just walk in here. What the heck? Oh my god, it's so cute. They really must have just taken the sprite sheet and then just resized the whole thing and then like redistributed the sprites amongst the sheet. Now see if that was Samus's entire sprite, doesn't even have to be a ball that big. That's all you need. As opposed to Invisible Samus, which is just a nightmare. Uh-oh. There's a hack with Samus that tall. Did some debug work on it. Very nice. How's it going, Firebat? Actually that tall, not just the skin. Okay. I think I've seen someone on YouTube play through that one. Good. Broke the game. Yep, 0 energy saves. Hmm. I don't know how I feel about that skin. Say, I thought I had an NES Metroid, or an NES Samus. Yep, there they are. Weird how that's a thing. Oh yeah, now see that's what I'm talking about. All right, but it wanted me, the hat wanted me to use the Ascent skin. I've still got a little bit, and I feel like watching the real demo reel. We'll go with buff eggplant since I never actually used him. I don't even know if I patched these ones, come to think of it. Because I never use these ROMs because the sprites kind of weird me out. Well, there he goes. These skins, the three buff skins are just, they're so weird. But they're also like really well animated. Ah, yes. For anyone that might not have caught my March 10th Mario stream, um, I did order a new capture device last week while I was on stream, and it showed up the very next day instead of on Monday. So I am currently using my new capture device. I think I might need to like turn down the saturation a little bit. I don't really want to have to put a filter on it. Like, really just want to be able to deal with the video settings in the menu for the video settings. Because I think like the level of blue might be just like a notch or two too high. But all in all, all in all, it looks just as good as my other capture device did. I mean, it's effectively the exact same capture card, capture USB capture device, but it's just not an easy cap. It's a different brand name that's made of letters that don't go together to form a word. Like, is there... There is a God damn it, there is a manual. How big is the English section of this manual? It's got multiple languages, so it's relatively thick. 10 pages. And I would have to look on the back of my TV to see if I have an S-video port. Unfortunately, my TV is kind of in a corner. So getting behind it to look for stuff like that takes a lot of awkward leaning at uncomfortable angles. So I'd rather just not. Either way, I don't have like an S-video cord that I could plug from the back of the TV. Into the capture. But yeah, even after the shipping cost, this thing was only like $20. And I think an actual easy cap would have been like maybe 25 or 30 after shipping. So It's the affordable option, not necessarily the best. God damn. Don't really know or care what the best option is. This is what I've got, and it's what I'm working with. I just had a terrible idea. That'll have to wait, because I will be right back. All right. So, my terrible idea, probably something I'd end up doing in a randomizer just to see how it feels. And I can't be the only person that's ever thought of this, but I wonder how weird it would feel to play Super Metroid with an N64 controller. Because it has all the buttons you need. You can still use the start button as the start button if you wanted to, or you could use A and B. As a matter of fact, I'm sure that not only am I not the first person to think of that, but I wouldn't even be the first person to do it. It would feel weirder to try to play Super Metroid with a GameCube controller. Just looking at the shape of it next to an N64 controller probably wouldn't feel that weird. And to me, it would probably feel weird to go back to playing Super Metroid with an actual Super Nintendo controller. Because I've used a Wii controller for almost the entirety of my speedrunning of this game. I think maybe when I was like initially learning the game. But even then, I'm pretty sure I was already using a soft modded Wii at that point. Not as ready as I thought I was. Hey man, all good. The real symbol of being ready is the exclamation mark GLHF. Is there is there any more abbreviated way to say exclamation point or exclamation mark? Good have fun, luck. Thank you, Firebat. Same to you. Clear a little SSD space. Okay. Here we go. Race will begin. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Quest for Redemption from last week is on. And, just want to clarify, the controller that I ended up using last week is my Xbox controller that I use to play every other PC game that I play that utilizes a controller. I was just using it earlier tonight, playing Victor Vran with Ponk. But with the amount of movement and the amount of quick movement that you need to do with Super Metroid speedrunning, by the end of 2 runs, your hands are feeling it. Not as bad as trying to play Power Wash Simulator with the Xbox controller. That was fucking torturous. You have to move your right thumb around so fucking much playing that game. It's just not worth it. Just use a mouse. Is that 42.49? I think it was. I just barely caught it on my replay stream. Oh good, somebody else requested Neverhood music. I always feel weird when it's up to me to request this song. The Neverhood is a fucking wild video game. I'm not just saying that because I like claymation. Like, claymation is one of my favorite visual styles. Whether it's for movies or video games. Always really liked claymation. Now see, I really like the look of Claymates. The problem with Claymates is it has like pretty loose controls, if I remember right. And that seems to be an issue with almost every single claymation video game, is they have really loose controls, or they at least have controls that don't feel good. Claymates, Clay Fighter, Harley's Humongous Adventure. There's one that I'm forgetting. But unfortunately, claymation is an extremely time-consuming process. So I understand why people don't do it. But yeah, I like watching people play Claymates. But then they inevitably start talking about how the controls don't feel good. It's kind of inevitable. And I don't think there were that many like claymation style video games that came out after the Super Nintendo. I mean, there was Clay Fighter 63 and a third. But even like the Wallace and Gromit game on PS2 and the Nightmare Before Christmas game on PS2, they have, you know, CG models of these characters, but they're not like specifically sculpted to look like they're made of clay. There is another Super Nintendo game that used clay graphics. It's not, besides Clay Fighter, Claymates, Harley's Humongous Adventure. can't remember what it is. Harley is the one that flies under the radar. Like, next to no one knows about that game on the Super Nintendo. That's one of the obscure ones. Out of all of those games, though, I have to say that Clay Fighter is probably my favorite. Just because it's the only one I've played multiple times and have actually beaten. And granted, that game does not feel anywhere near as good as Super Street Fighter 2, Killer Instinct, Fatal Fury Special, any of the other Super Nintendo beat-em-ups that I like. Note, I did not mention Mortal Kombat. I didn't start to like Mortal Kombat until the PS2 era. And it was Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance that flipped that switch for me. That game's a lot of fun. And the beat 'em up, Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. I actually wouldn't mind messing around with that game on stream one of these days. Because there's there's like an infinite jump glitch in that game that allows you to skip big chunks of it. Might be kind of fun to figure that out one of these days. Also kind of just want to play through the game, because it's a fun two-player beat-em-up. And it's just going to be lingering in the back of my mind until we get to intermission. I can hop on Google and try to see if there is, in fact, another Clay-based video game that is just eluding my thoughts right now. And I thought it was another platformer, like Harley and Claymates. I know that Clay Fighter got a sequel, and it's not that I'm thinking of. Although I'm not sure that I've ever actually played that game. Pretty sure I have it on the SD card here, but I have just never once in my life been motivated to play that one. But yeah, it's the unfortunate thing about claymation video games. is that they were not made by the right groups of people. How am I going to phrase this question so that Google's AI doesn't freak out? Oh, that's a weird color combination. Now, there's a handful of games on Steam that have claymation graphics. I think I have. I think I have like 3 or 4 of them. I'm gonna have to look at my Steam library. I'm pretty sure like 2 or 3 of them are shmups. Maybe 2 of those are just on my wish list. Or something, I don't know. But the other one, I think the name of the game is Don't Open the Doors. And it's weird because even though I've played it on stream before, in one of those like 15 minutes per game kind of settings, I remember what the game looks like, but I don't remember the actual gameplay of it. It's weird. Like, I thought it was going to be maybe like kind of a tile-based um I don't know what I thought it was going to be actually. But it ended up being a different game style to what I thought it was going to be. And I think that's the big, if not only thing that I remember about it. It's weird. I'm gonna have to take a look in my library during the intermission. It's just to kind of refresh my memory on that game. I need to do like an actual search on Steam for claymation video games. Maybe I'll find something out there that I really like. I mean, Hylix kind of counts as claymation. It has claymation elements to it. but it also uses other art styles as well. Shit. Dude, come on. I can't time my jump to get out of this fucking spike pit. And there was another claymation game that was kind of a Bubble Bobble clone called The Wizards Who Fell in a Hole. That game was a little bit of fun. But again, I think claymation has just kind of sadly fallen off over the past like 20 years. You know, in the 80s and 90s, when it was like one of the less expensive options for film special effects, you would see it a lot more. You had stuff like Pee-wee's Big Adventure, Beetlejuice, countless others. And of course, Wallace and Gromit. Of course, as I've been watching YouTube videos about visual effects, thank you, Corridor Crew, they had someone, pretty sure they had someone from Aardman Studios, the studio that does the Wallace and Gromit films, and they unsurprisingly use CG more frequently than you might expect for something that seems as traditionally claymation as Wallace and Gromit. There's a charm to it. Oh, Mr. Krabs, please, thank you. Getting out of here with the okay crabs. All right. Round one was mid. Mid slow. Yep. Mid slow. But we got a 2-round, so I'm happy. Get the turnaround too soon. I guess another game that utilized claymation in parts, not on the whole, would have been WarioWare on Game Boy Advance. I had some mini games that use the claymation style. That might have been like one of the last places where you'd see claymation is in like WarioWare mini games. We snapped into the hand in kind of a goofy way there. 'Cause again, every other like identifiably claymation set of characters like Jack Skellington or Wallace and Gromit when they were on PS2 games, they just used completely CG versions of those characters. I think the thing with claymation is also the fact that digitized graphics kind of went away. Digitized graphics and FMVs just kind of stopped being a thing. I'm gonna get an extra power bomb and a refill. Not a great jump. And as this song has been playing, I've also tried to think if there's been any kind of claymation graphics in any of the Katamari games, and I don't think so. I think Katamari has such a distinctive style on its own. But then again, I don't know every single Katamari game. They could have had one that did something with claymation. Oh, I think, I want to say that, like, Cool Spot had some monsters that were done with claymation. think if there has been a visual style in video games that has kind of taken the place of claymation, is kind of like the articulated paper doll style. Think of a game like Odin Sphere or Dragon's Crown. A less known example is also a game on Steam called The Vagrant. Other games also use like the articulated paper doll style of animation that don't necessarily have the same like hyper detailed paper dolls that Odin Sphere and Dragon's Crown have. Crap. Of course, I still have the goofy idea living rent-free in my head of a remake of NES Metroid, but done in the same visual style as Kirby's Epic Yarn, where everything is just colorful string outlines. And you call it Metroid String Theory. It's a dumb idea and it'll never happen officially. But I think it would look neat. And that's what I think is more important than whether or not it's a good idea. Does it look good? Oh, pushed right too soon. And also, I'm just now wondering if the other way to get here is faster. Because I used to take the high road, as it were. Where instead of going down, shooting open the gate, going down that big drop, you go all the way into Bubble Mountain, and then you go down from there. And you pass through the room that has the big flame hands. It'd help if I actually knew enemy names in this game, or room names. I still want to know how hard it would be to set up to have a shot that is reflected back by one of the Kung Fu pirates kill the other one. Because I know you can get it lined up. He should be dead. Kind of want. Let's go. Got it. I must be doing something right in this run. A lot more right than me. I didn't want to say it. There we go. There's Firebat taken first with a 51-51. GG. Okay. Well, so much for that. There we go. Going. 25 and 7. I missed missiles at MB1. Had to go back and farm a lot. And laggy mother brain. I was on track for a low 48 before that. Dang, dude. $55, $56. This is going to be a pretty low 59. All things considered, that sounds about right. No quick kill. The flub and double chamber. Having to redo Zebs. Almost out of there at a 211. Dot Dune. I hit shift. Oh, low 58, not a low 59. I don't know numbers. Send help. I can't count. And since I didn't bother writing down my times from last week because they were so bad, I just have to erase one number on my 9 o'clock time from 2 weeks ago. $58.06 GG. That's a 40. Now then, on to Google. List of claymation video games. Maybe I should be searching by... No, I should not be searching by um, console. Because Wikipedia says there are 25 claymation video games. But it doesn't have at least one of the claymation games from Steam. Huh. Kirby and the Rainbow Curse from 2015 used the clay look. Battle Chess 4000. Dear Force. So yeah, it's really just Clay Fighter 1 and 2, Claymates, and Harley's Humongous Adventure that were on Super Nintendo. Yo! What's up, Nora MacKnife? Sounds like a malt liquor I had in India. Nice. But yeah, that was my train of thought throughout most of the run, was trying to think of a bunch of different claymation video games. Anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be back in just a little bit. All right. The hell am I doing? Beating IFB next race is what you're doing. That means he's gonna die somewhere in his run. I don't want that to happen. I think I want to play the Japanese version. Unfortunately, it's all the way at the bottom of the list. Okay. Japanese Bionic Commando Arcade. This game is, oh god. I say this game is a surprising amount of fun, and then I get killed by bees in the very first level. Good job, me. Whoop. And then I die again. And then I game over. Thankfully, this is an arcade game. You can just put money into it and win. Where'd those bees come from? Some enemy must have aggroed those bees. Then I'm the one that paid the price. I'm not sure how that little guy didn't get me. Here? Ah, damn it. Okay. We managed to get out of stage 1. Stage 1 isn't even that hard of a level. This game can be unforgiving. Well, the crazies. Okay, he dropped down. Oh, Donkey Kong. Oh, no. Okay. made it out of stage 2. Oh, well, that can happen. No, I was standing in the wrong spot. No. What? No. One of those guys was gonna get me. No, I missed. Oh, shit. Okay, he's gone. Pack of cigarettes. No. Damn it. I got bounced off the corner of the ledge over here. Right into someone that hit me. Kind of want, even though I'm probably going to lose it immediately. Yep. Oh, man. I thought for sure he landed on me. I can make it over here. And get sabotaged. Huh. Little guy took care of himself. Okay. Now the fun begins. I hit that thing like this? Yes. Yep, just walking in the floor. That's perfectly acceptable. Get out of here. All right. This is one of the scary parts because of that guy. Ugh! Bread. Really prefer it if he just stays up there and drops bombs. So that's easier to deal with. Ooh, no, no, no. Okay, I was about to say good. I scrolled him off the screen, but then his brother showed up. Mm. Thought that was an up input game. Nope. Oh boy, yeah, this is gonna be a task. Okay, the mech must have jumped, so I don't see him anymore. I had to talk shit. Nah, can't do anything about the little guys. If they shoot, you have to run like hell. Well, I wanted that gun, but I don't get it. All right. So yeah, the item I just picked up increases the speed of the grapple arm. That was not an up input game. So, well, I just don't have that item anymore. This is fine. Oh, we are in trouble. Sometimes you just have to death abuse. Uh, Found a bucket. Uh, uh, yep, screwed. Again, sometimes the answer is just death abuse. No, there's still two of them there. Good job, you still have other missions to complete. General Santa Claus trying to make his escape. His sprite did something. I didn't quite catch it. You fulfilled your duty. Yeah, he turned into missing number for a second. Hmm. And as if that wasn't enough fun, now we have loop 2. The revenge of everything bad this game can do to you. Give? So yeah, that pickup increases the speed of the grapple arm, and I believe it also increases the length of the grapple arm by a little bit. Okay, stage 1 went a little bit better this time. Didn't get hit by magical bees that came from nowhere. Cool. Freaking pea shooter shoots faster than whatever that gun was. Nope, not safe there. For as unfair, quote unquote, as this game can be, it's a lot of fun. Oh, oh my god. They're raining in from the sky, and I swung into a wall. I didn't know where that pipe was going to drop. Cool. Uh, Fuck it. Now we go. No. Okay. Mech is making me so nervous. I shot him so many times that he just crept up on me and hit me. Okay. Good job. That guy's getting promoted. All right. Are we going to get 2 helicopters on the elevator? He's getting really low. Okay. Okay, I think we scrolled him off screen. And then his brother shows up. And then Mac Walker. We'll get 2 helicopters here instead of on the elevator. Should be fine. And flamethrower guy. Come on, man, I'm right at the end. That was a little too close. Shiny metal. God, I don't mash fast enough. Thought I was far enough in front of the helicopter. Oh, yeah, how'd that not hit me? Okay. Yep, nowhere to go there. Okay, 3 helicopters is just rude. Good job, you still have other missions to complete. Okay, he's in a good spot. He's also still here, so he's an issue. Okay, we got it. Okay, that was loop 2. This is another video game where trying to find a physical copy of it is incredibly difficult. Because the name of the game is Top Secret. Top Secret Mystery Arcade Board. Another example is one of my favorites on the NES called New Ghostbusters 2. Alright, let's see if I can crash my emulator. It's a game. What's a game that I know doesn't work? See, I think these X-Men games actually do work. It's kind of weird. Actually, does the Punisher works? Oh, fuck yeah, the Punisher works. There we go. All right, where's my hat? There it is. Samus Opposition. They want me to use Samus tonight. Samus Grayscale. Infinity. I think it's been a while since I've done double Samus, so we might as well. Oh, I can even use the ship. I don't know which of these has the ship. Probably the last ones. Like 10. I bet 10 has the ship. The opposition ship is one of the only custom ship sprites that doesn't really change the hitbox of the ship. Doesn't really change the collision. With some of them, like the cloud pipe, Mario's cloud pipe, that one shrinks the hitbox of the ship. And I'm trying to just go for cosmetic changes with my goofy bullshit and not actual mechanical changes. I unfortunately don't have Firebat's speed demo patch installed on my Samus ROMs. but I've got it installed on all of the custom ones, which is more than enough. If I ever feel like another double-click grind session, I'll get these ones patched eventually. Because anymore, making new ROMs on the Various site is kind of a crapshoot. Better hope that you've got consistent file names that can all just read off of the same save data. Yeah, look at that shit. Oh shit. Battle Block Theater's Quality of Life Remaster releases on April 1st as a free update on Steam. Well. Looks like I'm going back to Battle Block. Absolutely love that game. Oh shit. Alright, time to curate my request line on Rainwave a little bit. Got Final Fight 3, Battletoads and Battle Maniacs, Glover. Another line of favorites. Oh, let's get that one right near the top. A bit of that. That looks good. And now, I will be right back. All right. Ready to get ready. That's the Windows button. Again, I always love it when I'm pasting out that line of GLHFs. For the first like 6 or 7, it's a typo. But then once I get to this many, the red line just goes away and it's like, nah, you know what you're doing. Luck have, good fun. Thank you, Firebat. Same to you. Here we go. Three, two, one. Hey ho, let's go. Not a very powerful space station. $43.38. Cool drops. Fucking dummy. Nope, turn and shoot. Thank you. Open up. Oh, ho, 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 ho. They had no idea it was me. So the one thing I've kind of already noticed about this new capture device of mine, it seems to do a better job of uh, catching Samus on the elevator. With my easy cap, a lot of the times I'd look over while I'm on the elevator and Samus would just not be there. So it's like capturing on just the wrong frames of the 30 hertz flicker. I do appreciate that because I did make a custom edit of the Windows 95 cursor. Well, the Windows cursor, I forget what year it's supposed to be. Maybe 98, but that part doesn't matter. But the Windows cursor sprite isn't as funny as it should be in the VODs. Because sometimes it doesn't catch the elevator pose. just a shame because I don't think that there's any USB capture devices out there that do 60 FPS. I think there are some HDMI ones, definitely. But I can almost guarantee you that the television that I'm playing on does not have HDMI capability or functionality or that plug at all anywhere on it. It's like a 13-inch RCA CRT. You want to patch out the flicker on elevators only. That would be useful, again, for my custom Windows cursor sprite, just so you can see the middle finger every time you're on the elevator. I probably wouldn't use it on any of the other sprites. It'd just be on that one. I missed the B button. Otherwise, I would just need to play around with the cursor while I've got this new capture device, because again, at least it's showing the sprite with this capture. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if this is the TV that I won like late in grade school or at some point in high school. Like there was some kind of competition that we were doing, and the prize for winning the competition was you got a fucking 13-inch TV. I might have bought it in like the mid to late 2000s. When... Oops. Because I want to say at a certain point... Yo, best crabs. At a certain point, I want to say I had three three televisions. And then the smaller one was the one that I would have by my bed that was hooked up to our cable service at the time. And then I had another one that was like specifically for older consoles. And then I had another one that was bigger that was specifically for like my PS2 and a DVD player. And then sitting in between those two was my shitty little netbook. Okay. Almost died, but we got him. Didn't even get health bombed. Actually, it's been long enough ago that I don't exactly remember how I had my stuff set up when I was still living at home. I knew I had this TV. I know I had that bigger silver TV that I have just in case this one ever bites the bullet. Actually need to do... Hello? Okay, whatever. Need to do a little bit of... Fucking hell. Need to do some research on local places that I could take non-functional televisions to. like if I need to go specifically to a recycling center, or if there's any stores around town that would take it off my hands and dispose of it properly for me. Otherwise, I've got one TV that just does not work anymore. And I'm half tempted one of these nights to just take it out to our trash cans here at the apartments and just hope no one puts it back on my front step. I mean, I was a little worried that that was going to happen with the office chair that I put out there. My old office chair that almost killed me twice. That thing was, it was a comfy chair, but it was so fucking just busted. By the time it finally broke the rest of the way, the back of the chair was leaned back so far that it was almost horizontal. The thing that I liked about that office chair in particular is it didn't really take any application of force to get it to recline. You could just lean back in it. With the chair I have now, you have to let it know that you're serious. And I mean, when you're sitting like that for a couple hours, sometimes you get up and you can feel it in your legs. I guess really that chair only tried to kill me once, and that was when it actually broke. 'Cause I almost fell right on the, almost fell right onto this either metal bed frame behind me or a hard plastic laundry hamper. I would just smack that shit with the back of my head and it would have been all over. I guess the other time would have been, I was trying to lean forward and pick something up off the floor, and I didn't realize that one of the wheels had popped out of the office chair. And didn't really have enough time to do much of anything about it, so thankfully I didn't fall very far, but I did, like, land basically on my head. I like I didn't really have like enough leverage or room to like pick myself back up from that position. So I had to kind of carefully roll through it and not knock over any of the like the wire shelving that I've got. So I have this somewhat sturdy set of black wire shelves that I'm using to hold up my TV here. But then the other thing I have is for my clothes. And it is like those metal wire sheets, little metal wire squares that are held together at the corners by little plastic pieces. And that thing is not very sturdy. It's convenient, but it's not like a big wooden dresser. It's like the kind of quick tear down shelving that you'd find like in a college dorm room. It might be sturdier if I had it a bit more bottom heavy. Really, the only actual furniture that I think I have is this black desk that's holding up my monitor, my two office chairs, and then I have two bookshelves, two bookcases in the other room. holding up a bunch of DVDs and video games and books and goofy shit that I've found throughout the years. I think like right after I got them put together and loaded up, I actually put a picture on Discord because I seem to remember Ponk saying something about it. I also think I need to find a more dignified way of storing my Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games. Because right now I think I just have them sitting in a Ziploc bag. I don't know what I would do to like display those. Because like with my NES and Super NES games, I just kind of have them laying on their backs so you can read the top label. And then my N64 games are just standing upright. Get in there. Well, I guess I mean the other piece of furniture I have is my bed. My GBA carts had their original plastic cases. I bought a lot of my GBA games secondhand, so they were just card only. Same with my NES and SNES games. So I have a limited number of cases and dust sleeves. I actually went on Amazon years ago and bought a small handful of NES dust sleeves. But, shall we say, it is nowhere near enough for the collection I have amassed. I think like the only NES game that I have that was complete, like complete in box, is Kirby's Adventure. Like it still had the manual, it still had the poster, it had the dust sleeve and everything. And I also seem to remember it wasn't like terribly expensive, but it's Kirby's Adventure, so I was willing to pay some money for it. And then, of course, my Famicom version of Maze of Gallius came with a really banged up box and an instruction manual that I cannot read because I do not know Japanese. GoldenEye was the only one I kept everything for. Yeah, the one that I kept everything for back in the day was GTA San Andreas, because I played the absolute fuck out of that game back in the day. And then even though I didn't buy a console version of Fallout 4, I did manage to rescue the special chart poster that someone had thrown away. Because one of the places I worked at ages ago used to have a real problem with people stealing shit. You know, just about every department in the store had an issue with theft. I mean, the department I worked in still suffered a little bit, but the main thing that we sold was locked in a glass case. So people had a much more difficult time stealing from that. And if you got something from there, you had to purchase it right then and there. It's like we wouldn't hand it over until we already had your money and had given you your change back. No, damn it. Spin jump, dummy. And Firebat taken first with a 48-34. GG. Yo. Yeah, GTA San Andreas was easily a game that I could just have running for hours on end. Just listening to the radio stations, watching traffic pile up. The driving AI in San Andreas is fucking hilarious. That's not the door I wanted to super. Like, my typical thing is I would do the cheat code to spawn in a four-wheeler, and I would drive out to, like, the outskirts of Las Venturas, like, right on the highway, and I'd park off of the road a little ways, just put on a radio station until it hit the loop a couple times. And it was so fucking funny because almost every single time I did it, there would end up being just this massive pileup of cars. They wouldn't always start exploding, but sometimes they did. And it wasn't even because of anything I did, which is the best part. You know, I'm just sitting there spawning people in by being in that area. And all it takes is one idiot. And there's like 8 cars all wrecked into each other and not moving. The number of NPC fights that I have seen that way as well is a non-trivial number. Simple fender bender? Nah, homie, you're getting pulled out of your car and punched in the face. You know, one of the things I did when I was putting games on my new hard drive was I would load up games like Vice City or San Andreas, Saints Row 3 and 4. And I need to do something about, like, the dead zones on the control sticks in those games, because I do not remember the vehicles controlling so poorly. And I don't even know if messing around with the dead zones is something I can do in those games, or if it's something I've got to do, like, through Windows. Which I don't really want to do that, because I don't want to mess with the dead zones for other games that I play. Just games where I have to drive a car. Because for some odd reason, it's like comically bad. It's like trying to drive with the handbrake constantly on. And I'm pretty sure that I did not have the e-brake constantly on. Okay. Ooh. $56.46. This is going to be a high 58. Oh my god, I remembered numbers. Get the fuck back. You bitch. It's one of the only times I've seen her with her neck contorted like that, moving forward. She's usually either all hunched up or sometimes she's got her neck stretched like all the way back, which is hilarious to see. Done. Hey, a flat 59. GG. We did it. We got better times than our shit show from last week. This is all I really wanted to do. I did my recording with 145.5 megabytes of free space remaining. Damn. See, ever since you told me about that one program, and I could actually, like, look at what was taking up room on my computer, and then I looked up a video on YouTube to tell me what the fuck that was. It's the computer writing stuff to memory in order to free up RAM, I think. And I've run into that issue a couple times recently, but I try to not have, 12 different tabs open at one time in my browser. And have music playing in VLC. And I'm doing something else. I still need to just transfer a bunch of stuff. I need to somehow, well, not even somehow. I need to get all of my data for Skyrim transferred from one hard drive to another. That just means I need to free up a port. 3 stutters and then 9 last week, restarted between races and cleared it up. Yeah, that's the other thing, is a quick reset of the computer usually takes care of that. Dear Force. Clank, clank. Flonk. Your rate for collecting items is see you next mission. We did it. We did it better than last week. Did it till it was done, and then we done did it. My goodness. Oh, I cannot stretch for a long enough period of time to get to my one Rainwave request that I actually really want to listen to. I guess I'll just have to do that while I'm putting together the highlights. Anyways. That wraps up another week of races. Oh, goodness. So, big thanks to Ponk for hanging out earlier tonight. We finished up Victor Vran. Uh, Surprisingly, not a very long game. It does have a lot of DLC for it, which I may pick up the Motorhead themed DLC that it has because I fucking love Motorhead. But next week, the plan is to start our custom playthrough of Pokemon Emerald. I don't know how much I'm going to randomize. I'm not going to randomize anything important besides our custom starter. But, you know, I might hit the flag that, like, changes all the trainer sprites. Give them different classes, give them different names. But, you know, keep their Pokemon the same. That might be, like, the only thing that I randomize. This is, again, kind of like what Ponk and I did with Gen 1, where we just gave ourselves Psyduck as a starter. This time we're giving ourselves Lotad as a starter because he's adorable and he turns into Ludicolo. And also, a big thank you to Insane Firebat for the races here tonight. Always a lot of fun, unless I'm invisible. And for everybody else, thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching. I will catch you next time. See ya!